As the mayor of the town of Clayton, I'd like to call this Clayton Town Council meeting to order. I ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, we pause to give you thanks for the blessings of this day, and we ask, Lord, now that you be with us as we proceed with the business for the town of Clayton. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
I would like to add a closed session at the end to discuss personnel. Okay, any others? All right, if not, up next is your consent agenda.
Move we approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Jumping down, next is our public hearing. Our first public hearing this evening is 2020-75 SD O'Neill Overlook subdivision. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I will turn it over to our attorney for a brief description of what quasi-judicial hearing is all about.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. A quasi-judicial hearing is a fact-finding hearing, much like a court proceeding. Unlike zoning matters that are legislative and within the discretion of the governing body, quasi-judicial hearings are evidentiary hearings. They are obligated to follow rules of due process. Witnesses are sworn. The evidence has to be competent, material, and substantial to be a basis for a finding. And certain things that require expert testimony, like property valuation, traffic impacts, drainage, has to come from experts in the field, not from lay witnesses. So if there are any questions, I'll elaborate.
Questions or comments for the attorney? Thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Anybody wishing to offer testimony, if you could please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you are about to give is true to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. When you do come up to offer your testimony, you'll find a sign-in oath sheet on the podium. If you could just make sure that you sign, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor McLeod, members of the Town Council. I'm not sure what's happening to the screen, but hopefully it's large enough for everyone to take a look at. But this will not be a long presentation, so.
And we're getting it on our screen as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
I really have an opportunity to go on that side, so I'm really not sure what you look at. So anyway, my name is Jeff Kane, Senior Planner of the Town of Clayton. I'm here to present tonight O'Neill Overlook subdivision, file number 2020-75-SD. Tonight's request is for a 37-lot single-family subdivision home. Is approximately just over 17.4 acres in size. It's currently a vacant lot with, which is a vacant lot on one parcel, and then includes 4 residential units on 4 separate parcels. You can see on the southern part of the site. Its general locations is east of O'Neill Street, north of the Rolling Woods subdivision. As you can see, the current zoning right now, it is rezoned back in December through ordinance number 2020-10-5. Its current zone is RE, but once this property is annexed into the town, it will be zoned R8. At that time, we've shown through the zoning process recommendation from the planning board, a recommendation of approval, and the town council ultimately approved the rezoning itself. So once this project moves forward and comes into the town, an R8 zoning designation will be placed upon the entire the entire site. So as I mentioned before, it's a R8, minimum 8,000 square foot minimum lot sizes. The subdivision has a range of sizes as small as just over 8,000, 8,048 to be exact, to large lots, mostly towards the north and to the east side, more northeast, about 24,700 plus or minus square feet. The subdivision does have two access points, one directly up to O'Neill, and the other one does go south to Oakdale. The purpose of the two access points is because there is a provision in the code that states that if a subdivision has more than 30 units, two access points shall be provided. This is also not only a planning code, but it's also consistent with fire code as well. So when the original project came in, there was one access point. So in working with the applicant, we found the two access points that's shown on the site plan in front of you. We do have conservation areas to the north and to the east of the developed site. We also have conservation areas that would be removed underneath the locations of proposed lots 13, 14, 15, and 17. These will be reviewed with the state permit, and although it is part of the subdivision, I wanted to clarify this with the council, since they will need to approve not only the council, but also for the, I believe, the significant natural resource area underneath those lots. So when you take a look at this, please look at this as a comprehensive viewpoint of the project, not just subdivision, but subdivision and significant natural resources as well. And again, the general site standards which the applicant is providing, in general terms, it comes from our development code, so I won't spend too much time going over each and every one of them. Hopefully you can see it better in your screen than I can from 20 feet away with my contacts starting to get dried up from the air conditioning. But as you can tell, it's a R8 standard subdivision with the required setbacks that are set by code standards. So in further looking at this, staff would recommend approval to the subdivision. If approved by the council, staff does recommend certain conditions of approval be placed upon this project as outlined in the packet that was given to you. I did want to make one note. The packet that was given to you had approximately 11 or 12 different conditions of approval. I actually forgot to put one on there, and that was a new revised number 1. It basically says, please provide 3 copies with the conditions of approval printed on the front page of the sheet. And speaking with the town clerk, this is a standard condition that it was an oversight on my end. I was able to get this out to the applicant's representative for her to review and sign back immediately. So I do apologize for that one, but in essence, it's when you resubmit this for final approval by staff, to have the conditions of approval on the front page. And once you start reviewing these more and more, even though this is probably maybe one of the last ones you have an opportunity to review, you'll start seeing this consistently throughout. So my apologies again for that. So just briefly going over the different conditions of approval, as you can see, the number 1, the 3 copies, that was what was left out of the first one, but it was in the supplement signed list of conditions of approval by the applicant's representative. But in essence, prior to final plat, the property shall be annexed to the town. Any and all environmental impacts any and all impact permits need to be applied for and approved. Any sort of local, state, or federal permits in order to fill any requirements of the natural resource area need to be applied for and approved as well. So you can just kind of go through each one. And finally, just making sure stormwater management is taken care of. Streets shall not be more than 750 feet in length without approved fire turnaround. And also, I think there's one, no more than 30 building permits shall be issued without a secondary access point fully constructed and approved by the town of Clayton, which goes back to the access point that was approved recently, probably the last just over a year of having 2 access points for that. So with that, I'm going to conclude my staff report and would welcome any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Mr. Granis?
Just a couple of what I'm going to call housekeeping items. Under the major subdivision preliminary plat application, the proposed number of lots is 30, and I know we're talking about 37. I don't know if that needs to be changed or not. And then under the project overview, under access, the 30 lots will be accessed off New Road with access off of O'Neill Street. I would assume that too needs to be changed to 37.
Yes, that's correct. I apologize for that.
And the only other question that I have is actually with respect to NCDOT. I'm going to make an assumption that because of the size of this development, a traffic study was not required. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we know when the NCDOT driveway permit will be applied for, which is required?
I don't know the timeframe. The applicant is here and potentially address the timing of the development better than I can. I know there's a number of steps that need to take place prior to applying for an NCDOT driveway permit. So obviously after this step, if the council approves construction documents, any sort of other permits that need to take place. So that's why the timing of it, I don't have the details on, but hopefully the applicant or applicant's representative can address that.
And last question is I noticed that in the findings of fact, you seem to be in agreement, or the planning department seems to be in agreement with all of the answers that were supplied by the applicant. Is that correct?
In general terms, yes.
Can you elaborate on that a little
can't
bit?
name a negative, but being a planner who is used to writing long, detailed facts, findings, and conclusions, I would agree with the findings of fact in this case. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? No further questions, then we'll hear from the applicant. Thank you, Jeff.
One second, go down.
It's picking up in Kinston too, or down there, it's kind of flat, or Kinston's
Try to do.
lower.
Sorry for the delay.
No, it's
Technical
quite all right.
difficulties.
Technology.
So hard. My name is Emily Bedingfield. I am here this evening representing the applicant, J&B Real Estate Consultants. For my expertise on my testimony, I am an urban and regional planner. I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning. I have my AIC certification through the American Planning Association and over 12 years of experience in the field in both the private and public sectors. So I have a very short presentation. Just wanted to talk about a couple of highlights we see in this project. Staff did a great job going over all of the details of the project, and we do have our engineers here this evening to provide any testimony if there's any questions on engineering or design. And we do have the James Lipscomb as the owner and another representative as the applicant here this evening if there's any questions for them. So to me, one of the best selling points of this project is location. You could see the big gold star on the map there is where this project is located. And obviously it's nestled just outside of downtown and between these places where we're seeing expansive growth. You've got downtown and then our project, and then you keep going and you hit Ashcroft, the Steeplechase property, Riverwood. Clearly, Clayton is growing in this direction, and we're excited to be a part of that and to provide a residential base so close to our downtown. As I noted in our findings of fact, the comprehensive plan clearly states a desire to limit infrastructure expansion and to keep our growth near our downtown core, and I believe that's what this project is doing. Won't go through all these. These are some points that were already covered by your staff. Just that this property was rezoned to residential 8 from residential estate back in October of 2020, ordinance 2020-10-5. We're asking for the maximum 37 lots, which is only 2.12 units per acre. The maximum in R8, I believe, is 5 units per acre. In low density residential, which this is in our future land use map, it recommends up to 3 units per acre. So this project has a really cool element of providing 37 lots while conserving a lot of ecologically important land leading up to the creek to the east and some steep slopes directly to the east as well. We do have 2 entrances, as Jeff mentioned, O'Neill Overlook and then Oakdale Avenue. And again, our findings of a fact were addressed in our application and have been submitted as part of the record. So I just wanted to highlight those access points because I think they're such a unique part of this project. Rollingwood subdivision, as I'm sure you are all aware, was platted back, I believe, in the 50s or 60s. It is one of our older existing subdivisions, and like many older existing subdivisions, it has 1 entrance in and 1 entrance out. There are 116 single-family lots with 1 entrance in and 1 entrance out. As Jeff mentioned, in both our Unified Development Code and in Appendix D of our Fire Code, which is adopted in December of 2018, new subdivisions are limited to 30 single-family homes before you are required to have that second access point. So clearly, it doesn't mean that nobody else can move into Rollingwood subdivision, but what it does mean is that based on today's standards, emergency vehicle access leaves something to be desired for that neighborhood. So there was a very unique opportunity here in that the developer and property owner was able to acquire not just the bulk of the property that you see here to the north, but also 4 vacant tracts in the Rollingwood subdivision. And as we looked at potential designs for this, we saw that opportunity to create a new entrance into Rollingwood, which not only gives us a second access point and allows us to meet the standards of providing the second access point for more than 30 lots, but it also helps to bring Rollingwood closer into compliance and is going to provide enhanced safety for those residents. If there's an accident up at the front of the road, the intent of the fire code is that having that second access point is going to provide another way in and out. And so it's not every day that you get to do that for an older neighborhood, and it's a really unique element of this to tie it into the Rollingwood subdivision. And as a planner, I'm excited about that. Of course, we have sidewalks on both sides of the road throughout. Just another element of multimodal connectivity that this is able to provide. And of course, we have all of that resource conservation land to the east that you see leading up to that creek. So I'm not going to say much more, but I am going to stand here if you have any questions for me. And again, our engineers are here, and we have a representative of the owner here as well this evening.
All right, questions for Ms. Bedingfield? Mr. Granis?
When do you expect to get the NCDOT driveway permit?
That will be, so assume if we are able to get approval this evening, that puts us into the next phase of the project, which is going to be looking at our construction drawings. And that's generally the point where we've already started having conversations with DOT. We've met them out on site and talked about what those entrances might look like, and they're aware that this is coming. So we're going to pick those conversations back up. James may be able to speak better, or Donnie, to the exact timing, but it is done during that process in which we create our construction drawings and really get into the nitty-gritty of design and detail for this.
So would it be fair to say then that those permits would probably be applied for prior to any construction on any of the particular lot sites?
Yes, we wouldn't be able, so we can't construct on the lots until we build the roads. And we can't build the roads until we have a permit in our hands from DOT. That's absolutely right.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Thompson?
With regard to findings of fact, I don't have anything else for the applicant, but I do have some staff questions.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
So we have heard from the applicant, and if there's anyone that is here that wishes to speak in opposition, please step forward and state your name too, for the record, please.
Good evening to y'all. My name is Joanne McKinnon. I am a resident of the Rollingwood subdivision. And it's not necessarily that I'm opposed to this. It's a hybrid concern that I have. So as the lady stated, that this is a gold star situation for development. In Rollingwood, we have been set upon. And when I say set upon, we have been inconvenienced as residences. And in that inconvenience, I simply defer to the fact that she's speaking of an egress on Oakdale Avenue, and that's something that I asked that you guys do prior to those townhomes being built up, because I knew it was going to be an issue of getting in and out of that subdivision, but no one heard that. And what that makes me think is that the consideration is now that there is a subdivision that's being created that is not because it's going to help us, but it's going to help y'all. And I understand that, because that's neither here nor there. Because I think at some point, my coming here is an exercise in futility. But what I want to say is that, respectfully, I do agree that we do need a new street. I do believe that we do need to be able to come in and out safely. With that being said, I generally like to write my thoughts down so that I don't scatter myself all over the place. And so prior to groundbreaking for the street or subdivision, I think that this is something that the developers need to take into consideration as well. On Hillcrest Avenue, and that goes towards Hillcrest and Meadow Lane, I believe it is, there is a point that is on the right side that's looking towards the water tower. You can see clearly through the field. That needs to be considered as another street, as a point of egress and ingress. The reason why I say that is simply when you all get started on your project, there's going to be a bottlenecking down the length of Oakdale Avenue and moving out towards O'Neill. And I think that this is not too late to do. I think that it's important that you consider creating a street prior to creating a street that is now going to spill out on Oakdale Avenue. But also what I don't think that you all are considering, because I understand this dollars and cents is profit, I understand that. But as a resident of Oakdale Avenue, and just to let you know, I've spoken to Mr. Whitley. I believe his name is Dean Whitley. I spoke to him. He said his dad was the one who created that plat back in 1965. I was actually able to see the original plat. That plat was created when Black people could not live near Main Street. It was created as a safe haven that this white gentleman thought, had foresight to think that this would be a good idea for Black professionals. Now, with that being said, there is an older population that's still there, that's still keeping up their homes, and still enjoy the quality of life that they were used to. And yes, things do change, but my consternation is simply this as a resident. The townhomes that were built, the developer gave no thought to the residences that would move in. And so now we are inundated with trash on our lawns because now people, of course, they take advantage of living in that subdivision. They are a part of the community. I have had to tell people to get their dogs off of my lawn because they think that my lawn is a depot for their dogs to do their business. And what I'm simply saying to you is while you're considering creating yet another space of living, and yes, it's wonderful. It's in walking distance of downtown. Clayton is developing, but the one thing that I keep thinking about are a couple of things. And those couple of things are overburdening the police department, who do a fantastic job. I believe and support great policing. All that you see in the world today, anti-police, I don't believe in that. I believe in great policing. And I think that Clayton Police do a daggone good job at what they have before them. But I think it's overburdening them because as you're creating all these new spaces, one must take into consideration of the ratio of citizens versus those who can maintain law and order. That's one thing that concerns me. With this new street, what also concerns me, and this is something that I had stated before to y'all, I really do think that you need to consider putting a speed bumps down Oakdale Avenue. And the reason being is simply this. They treat that street like Daytona 500. That's no lie. Y'all already had a speed trap there that the police set up and put there, I think it was the summer of 2017. I think that needs to be taken into consideration, that you put speed bumps, and when I spoke to Mr. Keynes, he told me that Oakdale is about 2,000 feet. So in increments of 400, even if you have 5 speed bumps on that road, that's at least setting up a tone for the driver that enters into that subdivision to know that they cannot speed. I think also what needs to be taken into consideration in regards to this new egress, of course you will have a stop sign, but I'm wondering, are you going to need a traffic light now? Is it going to be just a stop sign there? Because that is a somewhat very precarious place that street is being proposed to be placed. And once again, I'm for that. I'm not against it, I'm for it. But what I am not for is just blind sweeping this and saying it's a Gold Star event when other people are going to be put out for this Gold Star event, because it's not a Gold Star for us, it's a tarnished star for us, because we have endured people parking in the blind spots at the precipice of the subdivision, having no care as to what they do. And I did use some colorful language with Mr. Kane on the phone one day, because I almost was in a head-on collision with my neighbor, because a Town of Clayton truck was parked in a blind spot, and Providence's truck, there were two of them, were parked, and there was no means of us getting around and seeing each other, and we avoided clashing with one another. So my concern is also better guidelines, better supervision in the subdivision if this is going to take place, which I think it will, but better supervision of this project. Having flaggers on the street at all time is important and paramount to being able to just build something up. But also, because we have a wealth of new neighbors, younger neighbors with children, toddlers, you guys need to consider putting up signs that say children at play along the corridor of Oakdale Avenue, and maybe dotted throughout the community now. I think that that's very important to do that, because when that traffic starts coming and becomes diverted on Oakdale, there are no signs that allow people to know that they need to be careful and that they need to heed traffic, and that there are children at play, there are animals. I see people walking now up and down Oakdale Avenue, taking advantage of the length of the street. There are children in carriages, they're walking their dogs. And my concern is not in as much the fact that I feel that you're overpopulating, because that's just my opinion. My concern is the fact that you're doing this at a peril to the residences that are already here. And I think that those are things that really need to be taken into consideration. And I'll yield. I think I've said my piece, but I do believe that you all need to consider speed bumps, signs for children at play. When you create that egress, before you do that, you really need to think about creating an egress for us, because they're going to be busy constructing that road, and we're still going to be put out. We're still going to be held hostage just to get out the subdivision. And in her saying that she wants to make sure that it's safe because, you know, these are now the new guidelines, I totally agree that we need to make it safe. But in order to make it safe, doesn't that mean that we should have a point of egress right now instead of waiting for a street? Doesn't that mean that we should be able to divert and go elsewhere rather than to wait for bottlenecking at the beginning of the subdivision? Because what has happened with those town homes is that it has created an obstacle course, because people don't care. They have their garbage cans, their garbage bins everywhere. I had literally had to stomp on my brakes because a man was allowing his little baby to toddle across the street. And I think that there needs to be a speed bump right as you get into the corner of the subdivision, as you turn into it. So those are my concerns. I'm hoping you take these seriously, and I would like your feedback as well. And I really do believe that you should have a coalition of citizens who are not trying to make waves and trying to be anti-Clayton, but to be able to give their opinion, and you be able to understand the nuances of a neighborhood, not just the engineering that goes along with creating a development, but understanding the nuances of a neighborhood and how this is going to serve everyone. And once again, I said, progress is progress only if everyone is part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
name is Ronald L. Johnson. I'm at 201 Oakdale. Been there for about 50 years. And I'm in complete agreement with Ms. McKinnon. Now, I'm not as prepared as I would like to because I didn't find out about this project until yesterday. The letter that came, it came in my wife's name, and she's in California. I send the mail to them that's coming, and they just didn't send it back to me. Okay. But I'm in complete agreement with her, and one other thing. That driveway that's off of O'Neill going into those, I guess they're single-family homes or whatever, with that first house there in those townhomes, and that driveway going into where they're gonna have these, I think it's 30-some, you're gonna have a big problem. You're gonna have a big problem, and I don't want to wait until somebody's kid gets run over right there. Okay, next thing is this. What are they going to do about Oakdale? I've been living there 49 years and some odd months. None of the streets in Rolling Wood have been paved. None of them. Not a one. And you're not going to tell me that the material that you put down 50 years ago is better than the material that you're using in Glen Laurel. Some streets in Glen Laurel have been paved twice. I sat on the board that approved for Glen Laurel to come here. And there's some streets there, not only Glen Laurel, the one over there next to the primary school. Some of those streets have been paved twice. Yeah, but when I was overseas, we had just gotten a dog before I left. And I kept wondering why my wife didn't send me any pictures of the dog, a black Labrador Retriever. So I came home in December. She told me the dog had been hit because of the blind spot going up Hillcrest. Okay? The streets in Rolling Wood need to be repaved, all of them, not just because, and I'm saying this because I'm just bringing it out because of this development. The trucks and stuff have ruined every street in Rolling Wood. You can go off a corner and break your ankle. All of this, it needs to be taken care of. I'm all for progress, and as she said, some of the progress that the town is making is not helping the residents. Every time they send a tax bill, I pay it without question. I have not questioned the taxes that I pay. Not saying that it's fair, but I do say it. See, we have, along with the electricity and everything, Clayton got just about the highest electricity in the state. I had to switch to gas 20 years ago because I got tired of paying $800 light bill. Anyhow, I can see this project as being pretty good, I'm guessing, but I can't see it doing any good for Rolling Wood. I live there, and I would like for my grandkids to come to California, maybe to live here and play. That's all I got to say. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Hold on just a minute. Anyone else? All right. You want to step forward?
Yes, sir. Just for one thing, because as I stated, I usually write everything down, but in addendum, since this is somewhat of a legal affair, but in addendum to my comments, what I would want you to consider is this, because this is becoming a very congested enclave now. And Mr. Johnson just reminded me of something that I had not stated. Because we have those new developments, you have those huge apartment buildings coming up. I just would like for y'all to consider having developers create a green space for their tenants. What is wrong with having a green space, a little playground in the center of these developments so that people can safely watch their children and know that they're in one spot? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with allowing developers just to put up houses? What about having a nice dog run? I have 3 dogs. So I know how important it is to allow pooches to have space. But once again, just deferring to the fact that those townhomes, they have no space. They have no backyard. Everyone is out in the front, and it really can be an equation for disaster on the wrong day. And I think that that's something that should definitely be considered when you have all these developers coming here and they have these wonderful ideas for new developments, but it's just to put people in houses. You know, Apple is coming to RTP with a $10 billion contract. And that's going to be very enticing for those people that are in that technology arena. And, you know, to commute to RTP, it's not that bad. But what I've noticed is that the main arteries in Clayton there needs to be another avenue because they are so congested now. 70 at 5 o'clock. It's all the way down that
So
road.
I'm going to have to cut you off only because this is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Okay.
And currently what you're stating is irrelevant to where we're at, not discounted, but from a legal perspective.
Okay.
The traffic on Highway 70 is not pertaining to the issue that we are discussing here.
Okay, I
But
do
just for your
understand.
future knowledge as to what you were speaking of, those roads are owned by the state of
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina, and we have no authority to do anything with those.
Okay, I do
So that would be
understand
a
that.
conversation for your legislators.
Yes, sir. So then I would just underscore the fact that with the developers coming in, that they consider dog runs and little green spaces. That's it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Yes, sir.
James Lipscomb, 328 East Main Street, Clayton, North Carolina. I'm a partner in J&B Real Estate. And I wanted to point out a couple of things from the comments that I can speak to. Is one, we will not be staging our development efforts out of Rollingwood. We would be staging it off of our property. So we would have a construction entrance off of O'Neill Street. And the only interference that we would have with any of the Oakdale traffic would be when we make the tie-in of the road to Oakdale. Rich has been on site with me out there, and he's seen the conditions because Oakdale, the side of Oakdale is failing right now. So if you approve this, whenever we tie in that road, we'll actually improve that situation greatly for the town. And we did meet early on with NCDOT. They are going to require a turn lane there, and we do have sufficient width and sight distances to make them happy. But we will not design that turn lane until after we get your preliminary approval. Is there any other questions?
Can you speak a little bit to open space and what's required for development? Because that was a concern expressed.
I would like to have Emily come up and do that.
Okay,
if I
sure.
could. She's probably more.
Yes, that's fine. So thank you.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else who wishes to speak opposition, actually? Okay, if not, then I'll turn it back over to the applicant.
Emily Bedingfield again. That question is probably partly a staff question. I think it goes back to the ordinance was revised sometime back to actually lighten the requirements for neighborhoods to put in parks and open space. There is a recreation fee in lieu. I couldn't speak to the logistics of exactly how that works, but we do have to pay a certain amount of money per lot that goes into a fund and helps support the parks and green spaces for the town. So I would answer that to say that we are providing a lot of open space on this property. We would love for the homeowners to pull together someday to create some walking trails and be able to come off the street with their dogs and be able to, you know, enjoy those beautiful woods, because they are beautiful. I can testify to that. So, so I would say we are meeting the standards of the ordinance and are even going above the minimum requirements based on the Unified Development Code.
All right. Thank you. Questions or comments? All right. No one else wishing to speak, I will turn it over to the council for their deliberation. Mr. Thompson.
I have a few questions for our expert witnesses as we deliberate. First, for staff, can we state that, you know, for the record, that the subdivision is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town?
Jeff Keynes, Town of Clayton again. I would say that yes, the subdivision does meet the UDC requirements.
Okay. Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you. For the expert witnesses for the applicant, with regard to will the subdivision not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area? Can somebody speak to that?
Mr. Thompson, I'm James Lipscomb, 328 East Main Street, JMB Real Estate. In my other career, I've been a licensed realtor for 28 years now, and this is single family. It is the exact same use as the adjoining properties. You know, we're going to go in there with houses that are at or above the medium price point of the houses that are in Rollingwood, and there would be no impact negative towards that property value.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
And I just want to state for the record that we did hear from the applicant a moment ago that the subdivision will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion in their testimony regarding their conversation with DOT about the turn lane.
Duly noted. All right, anyone else, any other questions? Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve with conditions preliminary subdivision plat number, make sure I'm on the right, yes, right sheet, preliminary plat number 2020-75-SD, O'Neill Overlook subdivision, based upon our previous deliberation.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the 2020-75SD. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Up next, under a public hearing, is the 2021-04 SUP, Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue. This too is also a quasi-judicial hearing.
Same rules would apply, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll turn it over to the staff for a staff report.
Anybody wishing to offer testimony? If you could please stand. Heidi, am I on? Sorry. Raise your hand. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give is true to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. And when you come up to offer testimony, please make sure you sign in on this sheet. Thank you.
Why modern technologies is fighting against us today, but this was a lot better than the Board of Adjustment meeting last week.
That's something to be thankful for.
I'm going to try to take my, there we go. Let's cross our fingers this one works. So let me start from the beginning. Jeff Keynes, Town of Clayton, Senior Planner, here to present the special use permit and site plan for the Smithville Chicken and Barbecue parking lot. Let me see if I can start the PowerPoint. Well, if it's okay, I think everyone can see it from their screen. I can see it a lot better from here. So let's just roll with this one as best I can. So tonight it's going to be two applications. It's going to be for Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue off-site parking special use permit and site permit, special use permit number 2021-04 SUP and site plan 2021-05 SP. Tonight's request is to construct a parking lot across the street of Durham Street, just north of the current Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue site. As you recall, last year, maybe a year and a half ago, the building was recently went through basically a complete deconstruction and reconstruction of the location. So that is not specifically in play tonight. What is in play tonight is the applicant has requested this parking lot for employee parking and overflow parking to the site. So that is tonight's focus and discussion. Is currently location's about 136 Durham Street. It's currently a gravel parking lot. It's vacant and it's just under 0.3 acres. You can see right there the general location. The stars where the public sign was public notice sign was placed, and directly to the south or to the right, that is the current Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue location. So the associated site plan with this, we have reviewed this through the technical review committee for site plans. Staff has reviewed it against the parking lot codes, landscaping codes, lighting codes, in order for this to meet all current UDC code standards. As I mentioned tonight, it is a special use permit, so tonight's council would be approving the use. And since this is a site plan, in normal cases, since this is the old code, to be taken through a different process, the UDC binds them together. So you would be hearing both of them tonight. Looking through the consistency, the site is zoned OI, which does allow parking lots in there in this use. The property to the north is R8. There's a large buffer between the parking lot and this residential location. And then the adjoining zonings are also similar to the O&I. And to the south again is B3, which is a highway business, where the barbecue restaurant is located. And again, looking at the comprehensive plan, this is in the downtown area. Future land use shows the downtown. shows downtown residential, surrounding properties have the same comprehensive plan designation, but it is, we believe, is still consistent with the surrounding land uses of highway business B3 and office institutional of O&I. For tonight's consideration, Town Council does make the final decision for these types of special uses. The special use permit shall address the facts, findings of fact. The burden of proof is on the applicant, as many of these, as most, if not all, land use cases are reviewed. Although the staff does not make a specific recommendation on this quasi-judicial application in regards to approval or denial, we believe that this use as a parking lot does meet the needs for the area for the restaurant. And finally, if the council does approve, staff does have conditions of approval. We do recommend specific conditions of approval for the site, which hopefully Ben was able to put in your packet. One thing I do want to note, along the street frontage on Durham Street, this site and the one to the west of it, Alexander's Design Build, the town is going to put in a infrastructure need, I think it's a force main along Durham Street. We're requesting that the required infrastructure for this project be held off until the city comes through, or the town comes through and does the force main project, and then the applicant will agree to go in and do the frontage improvements. It is our goal to only replace it once. Heaven forbid we have the applicant put in the infrastructure, a couple months later, the town comes in, rips everything out, puts in the force main, and then replaces the existing infrastructure again. So we just want to, measure twice, cut once, if you will. So that is a condition of approval that we have been speaking with both the town engineer and the applicant, come to agreement that this is probably the best solution. There is a timeline, so if for some reason that time progresses, the town is complete, the applicant has a timeline. If not, code enforcement will be moving forward to say, hey, you're going against, if adopted, the recommendations from the town council. So there will be an end date in sight. But we do recommend this probably be the best way moving forward, just to save the town time and trouble of duplicating efforts. So with that, I'm going to pause and conclude my staff report. Any questions I can answer for the council?
Mr. Bunn?
I'm concerned about the surrounding properties, and I did read about the stormwater should drain to Durham Street, but I wanted to hear you say that out loud, that it's all going to drain, all the stormwater to Durham Street, not to no surrounding properties, correct?
You want,
I mean, it's a pay.
as a professional engineer, Rich, you can nod your head and it should drain to Durham Street, yes.
And it's paved parking, correct?
That's correct.
Be paved, so there's going to be
Yes.
quite a bit of stormwater coming off that.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just concerned
I want
about
to
the
speak and say
surrounding
sure,
properties.
because I'm not an engineer, and I know the engineers in the crowd are just, their hearts will.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about surrounding properties. That's,
No. So to address your concerns surrounding properties, yes, water will be collected. It will not flood in a direct, tight flow to surrounding properties. It'll be collected and put into the storm drain system.
perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Holder?
I'm assuming this parking lot is for employees parking.
The original application was, the applicant stated for employee parking, but we also anticipate it would be for employee and possibly overflow parking. So for example, if you have a larger vehicle that you may not be able to fit into the current parking lot because it's full or almost full, then this would be another opportunity for patrons to park there as well.
My concern, there's a lot of congestion right there when you come out of there, take out into a parking lot and turn on to Durham Street. And I think that they need to put in a crosswalk and the signs designating pedestrian crossing, because it's gonna be a threat to people walking across that street. That's very congested when you got people coming from 70 business, people coming from Main Street, and people coming out of their parking lot.
So you would prefer a parking lot, a crosswalk at that location or on the corner of Durham and 70?
We need a crosswalk at that location with pedestrian crossing signs there that make traffic be aware.
I think what he's saying is, and I share the same concern, if I'm leaving that parking lot, walking across Durham Street to get to the Smithville Barbecue property, I would like if the town would paint those white stripes that shows people walk and have the right of way in this area.
Okay.
You know, and some signs. I'm in agreement that I'm trying to pull in, somebody else is trying to pull in, somebody's trying to pull out, and somebody's trying to cross the street. So I'm just thinking, since it's a town of Clayton Street, Durham Street, we should be able to put some form of striping to show it'll take you from one side to the next safely.
I understand your concern. I want to have the Assistant Town Manager speak with that and see what's Public Works Director one recently.
Excuse me, Rich Capola, Deputy Town Manager, pinching a little bit for Joshua Baird, who couldn't be here. My understanding is that he's brought that concern up about getting pedestrian connectivity from the parking lot to the restaurant. We can certainly look at whatever the applicant's willing to provide us in terms of a safe, accessible route between the two, and ask them to go ahead and install that as part of their project, if that's a condition that you would like to add.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Granis?
I think, excuse me, I was going to say, I think Manager Solomon had a comment he was going to make.
I just want you to clarify, and I'm not sworn to speak at this point in my opinion, but mid-street crossing is very dangerous. And normally we see those at the endpoints where there's a stop sign and traffic doesn't blow in there quickly off the main road and run up on people, or people have to cross behind cars stuck at a stop sign. What's your opinion on that from a professional standpoint?
Absolutely. So mid-block crossing is one of your biggest concerns when it comes to pedestrian connectivity. In order for that to go ahead and be formalized, we would be looking for them to either add striping, signalization, just look at the various warrants to be able to make that connectivity from one side to the other. So there would be some engineering evaluation that would have to be done to make that connection. I appreciate that.
Cool. Thank you. Mr. Granis?
I just want to be sure I understand. You said that the construction of this parking area is not going to take place until after the force main is going to be installed, is that correct?
No, on the infrastructure, the sidewalk and the planter strip along Durham Street will not be completed until then. The sidewalk, the parking lot will be completed the day before then. But as part of this project, you need to install sidewalks, landscape strips, curb gutter, the entire frontage that's along the right-of-way. It's the right-of-way portion, the street trees, the sidewalks, curb gutter, that will be postponed. But when you drive, you'll have an access point into a paved parking lot.
When do we anticipate that force main would be installed?
I think we have an anticipation date completion by, let's say, December of '22, the very latest. Is that what it was? September of '22.
Any reason it can't be done sooner?
I think that was a conservative number at this point because we wanted to have an exact number for our conditions of approval. Because when we spoke with both the town engineer and with Dee Dee Bumgarner, who does her zoning enforcement, that she would like a specific date certain that if it doesn't, if it's not completed by that, she has a number, July 1st, I believe, or January 1st of 2023. So if it is not completed by then, she has a date certain to move forward. She doesn't want a squishy number. Can it be completed sooner? Absolutely. But I'm not in charge of the timeline or project of that. So I don't know exactly when the engineering department will complete it. But as a conservative number, we can say September of 2022. Unless you want to get, yeah.
Excuse me, Rich Paul, Deputy Town Manager again. Mr. Granis, the force main that he's referring to would be the project that is going to convert Little Creek, the existing Little Creek wastewater reclamation facility, into a pump station that'll then send flow from that side of town to the new water reclamation site. That project, as of right now, is scheduled to bid later this year, probably late fall at this point, late fall, early winter. So construction through this corridor is slated sometime mid-year next year. September 22 was kind of, to Jeff's point, kind of a little bit of an outside date that we felt as though if there was some slack in the schedule or some delays, that work would be completed. We toyed with the idea of allowing the applicant to either put that in or to try to get that section put in earlier, really from a constructability standpoint as well as from a warranty standpoint. Ultimately, with whoever the contractor that does the overall project, we felt it was better off to wait and let them do that work continuously through that corridor. So the hybrid solution was to allow them to build the majority of the parking lot up to about, I believe it's about 10 feet from the right-of-way. That would be a temporary connection to the roadway to allow for our contractor to come through later on and put the force main along their frontage. And then ultimately, I believe it's 6 months after that, within 6 months or within by June 2023, excuse me, they have to complete that final connection to Durham Street with the curb, gutter, sidewalk, and landscaping. So we based it on the construction sequencing and schedule of the project.
That's why I was doing it. Yeah. All right, any further questions for staff? All right, if not, we'll hear from the applicant.
Evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Fleet Temple. I'm with Enoch Engineers, representing the owners of the project. I think they've summed up everything pretty good. I'm just here to answer any questions regarding the stormwater. One of you asked about that. We do have the parking lot drains from north to the south and breaks east and west, and there's catch basins on both sides of the parking lot that'll capture the parking lot water and then tie into an existing inlet out in the road and get it into the town system.
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Thompson?
Just for the record, can you state your professional qualifications?
I'm a professional engineer since '94.
Is there anyone from the applicant who can speak about the value of adjoining or abutting property and how this project will affect that?
Let's see, was O&I to the east and west. So that's zoned the same. The R8 towards the back, we've got a 20-foot landscape buffer to which is going to consist a lot of the existing shrubbery back there. I don't know if you have a full set of plans, but on our grading plan, back where it gets towards the residential, maybe the back, you can see a 20-foot landscape buffer. And do you have sheet S3 in the plans at all?
It's in the packet.
It's in our packet, yeah.
We are not disturbing about the rear, the 25 to 30 feet of the property. That'll remain existing, which is wooded.
Are you do you understand that there are 4 findings of fact during this process that the applicant is required to prove and is supposed to have certified professionals to come and attest to the findings of these 4 facts?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay. Because what's happening is those 4 findings of fact are not being justified for the record by a professional.
I got you.
And that has to take place in order for this to be considered for approval.
I understand.
And I'm not really sure how much of a delay is created by this. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to, we are not trying to set up hurdles for y'all, but at the same time, there is a law we have to follow, and it states that these 4 findings of fact have to be addressed in an evidentiary hearing format. And currently, I'm not hearing that. Mr. Attorney, am I completely off track?
Well, if you're not hearing the evidence to get you comfortable to approve the permit application, you could continue the hearing until the next meeting.
Okay.
Which would be a 2-week delay to allow them to address those concerns.
Right. Well, I'm feeling comfortable. I know we have a great working relationship. These people, we were the second one in the world that got a Smithfield barbecue, and we ain't got no shame in taking second place in Clayton with that. But I just want to make sure that we're following the law and we're not jeopardizing you or jeopardizing ourselves, because this is not usually the flow or format that we use. The process we've gone through this evening is unusual for what is standard quasi-judicial process. But I guess that's going to be up to council, however the rest of you are feeling. I just wanted to make sure that that's noted for the record. Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Mayor, I have to concur. I would, if we were to vote on this tonight, I'd be inclined to vote in the negative. And I would prefer to not do that. And I would recommend to the applicant that we continue this particular public hearing until the next meeting, so he can gather his professionals to be able to answer the answer to the findings of fact.
Would you be amenable to that?
Sure.
Okay, awesome.
2 weeks from today?
Yes. Yes, the next town council meeting will be in 2 weeks.
Okay.
All right. Do we need a motion to continue this? I'll entertain a motion to.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue this item to the next council meeting. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, up next is the, well, I guess we're already good with the Lumen, the next 4 items, items 6, C, D, and E, as all of those are going to be continued till the May 17th meeting.
I think you need a motion.
Have they all been advertised for tonight?
They have been.
Let's, if we could, Mayor, get a formal motion to continue
Okay.
those.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we continue items 6C, D, and E.
All right, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, now we'll jump down to staff reports, beginning with the town manager.
Mayor, members of council, welcome back, I'd say. It's been over a year since you've been at the podium, and that's long overdue out of respect for each of you. I know that's been tough, but it does my heart good that we've got you back up at the podium. I would also say that we've done a great job. I won't try to pick on a few of them. I'll just say we've done a great job on the parking lot to get it where it's at. The front is basically complete. The back is substantially complete. And we started our soft reopening today. Soft being, I did not want staff to rush trying to break their neck in the parking lot. And I didn't want people to feel a little intimidated by too many people coming in at one time. And so we soft opened today. That was a success by all measures. And maybe in 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, when the telephone poles get down, we can do a bigger and grander reopening of the parking lot in the building, but so far so good. I'll also note that our problems with Spectrum today was not related at all to the parking lot problem. It was a Spectrum problem. We've been without internet most of the day today and some of our phones, and so that's there. Another clarification I will have for you is I mentioned water conservation last meeting and our ordinances for that. We have confirmed with the county those are mandatory. Some of their information on their ordinances say mandatory and voluntary in their guidance, but their ordinance are mandatory. And so we'll be bringing that back to you on May 17th to get clarification there. And I'll just add, to be brief, that both the water reclamation facility and the issues with water that we're working on with the county continue to go on and are kind of at a peak moment right now. So I'll leave it at that and open for any questions.
Questions or comments? All right, thank you, sir. Town attorney?
No report tonight, Mayor.
Town clerk?
No reports, thank you.
Any other staff? All right, I now open the floor for informal discussion or public comment. Mr. Thompson?
Oh, I'm sorry, you want public comment?
Yes.
I'll go on again.
No, okay, cool. No one wishing to speak under informal discussion or public comment. I'll turn it over to council for comments. Mr. Thompson?
I just want to thank the citizens who came to speak to us tonight and let them know that we do hear you, and we appreciate you taking the time to come. You've brought some very good issues to us tonight, both you and Mr. Johnson, and we really do appreciate it. There's a lot to think about, speed calming devices, there's bumps and humps and all kinds of things. I think we can get creative with that and do something to calm the speed. I think that's important. I think the children at play signs that's a no-brainer. That should already be in place, and that's something that we can easily do. And I just, and I think I agree, it's long overdue for paving. And especially with the recent construction over there, I'm sure that the big trucks didn't help what was existing on the street at all. So I think that's something that staff can relook at, because I think, it does need to be fair, need to be equitable throughout the town. And we did have some sort of a ranking structure for things that needed to be paved. And I think staff need to revisit that and make sure that Rolling Wood is certainly on there and has been reevaluated, especially since the recent construction, because that could have degraded your street significantly from what it was on the original grading process. So I appreciate y'all coming and talking to us about those things, because I do think that you brought some very valid points to us.
Well, thank you for hearing me.
Yes,
Thank you.
I just want to ask the gentleman here.
If you can talk to him after this is over with, yeah, he'll be glad to talk to you. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Granis?
I'd like to echo Councilman Thompson's sentiments and also acknowledge Ms. McKinnon and Mr. Johnson. And one of the things that I would like to get, if possible, is I'd like to know when, if at all, we have ever repaved anything in Rollingwood. And I have to agree, because I drive through there, I don't know, maybe once every 5 or 6 weeks. And there are some areas there that are of a concern, legitimate concern. The other thing is with respect to Oakmont, or Oakdale Avenue, I think it would behoove us to at least evaluate if there is anything that could be done with respect to some form of speed bumps or speed calming, if you will, and then have a report come back to us with respect to that.
And I think we could add to that the no parking, because it is frustrating to have your visual blocked with work trucks parked on either side. I've experienced that myself there. Mr. Holder?
It's my understanding that because of emergency equipment going down the streets in Town Clayton, we have never authorized speed bumps. We've always said we will not use speed bumps. We will use other forms of calming. The chosen one seems to be the median street. The challenge there is people on both sides of the street have to approve that being put in front of their house. We had the situation in Little Laurel that way.
Put it in front of my house.
The first one in front of my house. We had the situation in Little Laurel And no one would approve the meetings, so we never got any traffic calming. Finally, we put a radar detector out there permanently. And police move it around from time to time. That seems to help, but it does not stop the speeding or the stop sign running.
It's too much of an enticement because that street is so long. You know, we have people who have Challengers or Mustangs and stuff. I mean, young kids, but still, it's enticing.
All right. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thank you all. Now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. like to call our meeting back to order. And I will.
Somebody wants to have it prepared with the dollar bills and stuff, don't they?
Oh. I guess I will.
Maybe ask him if we can just say separation agreement and not have to do all the dollar amounts. Do we have to state dollar amounts in the motion? Can we just say motion to approve separation agreement?
Yes, I think that's all we have to do, yes. So we are coming back from a closed session to discuss personnel, and we have received a resignation from J.D. Solomon as the manager for the town of Clayton, and I will now entertain a motion to accept that resignation.
Mayor, can that motion also be to include approval of a separation agreement?
Yes, if you could state whatever you want to have placed in for the record, we will be happy with that.
That's sufficient.
Okay.
Motion to accept?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Thompson?
I just want to go on the record and say that Mr. Solomon has pulled us through a very dark time in the town of Clayton, and his service to us is very much appreciated, and we have accomplished a great deal in this time, and very much appreciate his service.
I agree.
I agree.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Grandis?
I too want to thank JD for the service that he's provided us. I think we all realize that we were in a serious situation, and he gets all the credit for getting us to where we are today. And I personally want to thank you for that and wish you only the best. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to appoint Rich Capola as interim manager.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Any, Mr. Holder?
How soon can we meet with Rich and just get the momentum continued that JG's gotten started?
Yes, I think that I will probably have a phone call with him tonight, and then I will be in touch with council members after that telephone call.
Please do.
Okay. All right, if there's no other business to come before this council, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Good night.